Bro, it takes so long to set up the other ones. Thank you, Maddie.
I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
We should have looked at the board
I'm
before
not
I
here
started
for
this.
sympathy. I'm here now that it's public knowledge that Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us. A lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us.
Is this game like the other one?
And then Miracle White made it all about himself.
This one's more connection-y. Hi, Katie.
The long
and
short,
like, you'll see.
But she's not really going about it the right way. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you.
What do you mean, KB?
In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this.
This game is Google Simulator? I mean, wait, is this our board? Okay, chat, so when we played, we figured out every single one of these. This was basically blank besides, like, right here and, like, a couple different ones. But we had to figure out everything. And now we have a whole next chapter to figure out. I don't know what we're figuring out. Possible infidelity in 1975 to 1982. Okay. 1998, something happened. Wait, what? Possible infidelity 1, possible infidelity 2. Is everyone dead? No. So the guy that we just talked to was this guy. He was the one that was just at the door. These 3 died. That's where, like, the root trees are dead came in. They died on a plane with the dad who was the president. This whole family is the owner of a candy company. They all run Root Tree Candy. It started up here. And now this guy is the newest president. He was the president and then got put. So we kind of don't really even know where we're going with this. No, probably not down. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you've helped Sam with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you in a... Wait, so Sam's not here anymore. Okay. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The root trees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release. Sam Madson's book about Elias was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. In March, the Root Tree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release. So basically, chat, before I keep reading, to like give you guys a little bit more. We were hired by... Where's Sam Madsen at? Samantha Madsen. I think it was her. We were hired by her, I think. It was like right there somewhere to put this all together. Our fam, that's not a thing anymore. Yeah, well, this is like what I actually like to play, Draven. I can't do it. A video game of this with the Bush family would be a lot more fun. Oh, God. She was writing a book. That's what I was going to. I don't look like Asmongold. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly scammers. The highest profile was a rapper who changed his moniker to 5Ps. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Root Tree publicly denied. How do I do voices? This isn't even a voice. The test proved he was a Root Tree. Wait, the Root Tree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5Ps to drop his claim. The test proved he was a root tree. Wait, so a rapper is a root tree. That's one of the infidelities then. Anna Mom and Jane Doe root tree. In July, an anonymous woman appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with a root tree led to the birth of her daughter, Jane Doe root tree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another root tree, and therefore entitled to a share. This would turn out to be the last chapter, as more and more the court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test proved that her daughter was not a root tree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters. Things got a bit ugly. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. God damn. Chat, I try not to read all these out loud. Hi, Jordan. Sleek reading. Oh, boy, we will be here a while. Jordan, I will ban you. Is that your sister? No, that's a different Jordan. Not Jordan, my sister. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats. Okay, this is like if you didn't do it. Most of the action took place in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover. These guys were singers. She was a person with a World War veteran. Ban me here too. No. Hi, Katie. There were 5 presidents. Okay. There was a knock at the door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president, explained. Okay. Now, what these numbers mean, chat, is that there are 11 hints to the board that are on this tree, on this tip. There are 8 hints to the board that are on there. There are no hints there. I didn't know you could read. Katie. Okay. So, I need pictures. To get started, click on Faces on your Evidence tab. Wait, where are faces at? I forgot. So 5Ps is the star. So he should be a star on this board then. 5Ps is right here then. Jacob's link is very important. He's got 67 wood. Okay. Where are the faces? Oh, wait, I think I need to go to the computer. That's how this works. So I have to look up... Five P's? Is it P's or... Yeah. There's a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost root tree. Wait, so he wasn't famous until he went live on this. Hold on, I'm getting a call. Can you sign off the internet? His real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. Felix Fowles is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davy used to sell records. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. Okay. So, did we look up this? Jordan, thank you for the heart me and the Go Populars, by the way. What are you saying? Oh, Sapensky hears that sound every day. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape. Chat, we need a picture of 5P's. That's what we're trying to figure out right here. I wonder if he's in a periodical. He would be in modern music. So, what was that name? Dirty Davy, right? We want to copy. Then we go to periodicals. We go to music. Damn. Let's just do all of them. Maybe we look up 5P's then? Yeah, we're gonna look up 5P's. Still nothing. Maybe it's his real name. Wait. He's on Teen Blast. 5P's is popular and attractive, even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls. They seem to be paying attention. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties. Search yourself in this game and see how bad the results are. Yo, KB, I wouldn't be on this game. This includes his real name, his birthday, his star sign. Chat, his birthday would be important because of the infidelity timeline, right? And does anyone know when Aquarius is on the scam thing? What's up, DeQuavius? Sleek, you're probably in hunky hotties because you're the hottest person I know. Thank you, chat. He grew up in foster care in Portland. "17 magazine." What do you mean no one said that? You're welcome, Sleek Katie. That wasn't you who said that. A letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born. It's not possible that he was born in 1977. So he would actually be born in 75. Wait, so who's lying? He would be 17 in 1992, so it would be 75. Okay, so let's look up hunky hotties. No. Would hunky hotties be... This went to the web search, right? Search periodicals. Cat type 1 if you're enjoying the music right now. Did you finish Mega Bonk? I kind of got bored with it. Like, I feel like there's not a lot of longevity with that game. Chat, what was his real name? Like, his, like, real name. Maybe Root of All Evil can be something? He retained the... After dropping the single, 5P's announced he retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call. David Fellows is his real name? Okay. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, That was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to LA. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Unfortunately, none of this seems related to the Roottrees. Like, why the fuck even put it in the game then? Did we look up this? There we go. That might have been a picture. Oh, this is just the song lyrics.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's
So,
creations.
don't say skip.
Come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that mad
Try to see if anything.
two dads. My pappy's classic trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're
I don't see anything that would like be a big deal though, and there's no magnifying glass, so it's just like a fucking thing. How do I get out of the song? Please, please no. Change the song.
When you give me a kiss, you'll know just what
Okay, back to the computer. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website. Okay. What was his name? David Fellows?
Hi, Daddy.
Dirty Davy was 5P. Hockey, if you do TTS, I'm turning it off. Just gonna say that right now. Dirt Poor was a... One is apparently called Dirt Poor. Felix Fellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin in a list of attractive women. Pete mentions a few different prominent female actresses and provides a crude pun or a line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 1999, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana. Okay. So... But Dana, that wasn't in the song anyway. So, chat, how this game worked the first time was that, like, you would look online and then eventually, like, Google would show pictures. Or pictures would show up in, like, other ways. So we just need something to give us 5P's picture. Just to, like, learn. And then this guy comes in. We have to place 4 people. And then it'll... go from there. So we've looked at Dirty Davy, right? He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland. Something's gotta be... That's the second time Portland was mentioned. Portland isn't one of these, though. I looked at Heat. We Dirt Poor, right? It was released in 1996. The lyrics to one of his songs, Heat. I can search for it in periodicals.
Do you go sleek?
Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. We gotta do something real quick. Yeah, there we go. Now, maybe it'll be in the teen one because the other one was in the teen one. No. We tried Dirty Davy. Did we try Dirty Davy in all these? I think we did, right? Yeah. What's Pix Pop? Yeah, this is from the last one. Those are ones from the last one. Public library. We haven't found anything that would need a library yet. I don't really know what else to even start with. They said this is a lot harder, so, which I'm good with, but okay, wait. We can at least do this, right? His name is David Fellows. Unknown occupation. He's a rapper, but like, is it rapper on here? What would musician then? I put model. Infidelity split up. We would have to figure out who his parent is, though. What's up, Wyatt? Game? It's doesn't it show it on the screen what the game is? It's called The Root Trees Are Dead. Try Reyna. They said that's a distant cousin. Reyna was up here somewhere. Reyna is one of these guys. Reyna is one of the main root trees. But they said it's a distant cousin, which means that it wouldn't be her dad, right? Like, that would do the infidelity. It would be one of the other... Like, how far is distant? Like, it could be anyone on this row then, basically, I feel like, besides him. We just gotta keep looking at 5Ps, I guess. Did we look up this one? His alias 5Piece is a play on 5 Pieces, which is the name of the candy company. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil. Okay, there's a lot that we can look up here. So it's not that. We can look. That just brings us there. An article you find on a website. So if you look up Root of All Evil in this one. That's the one we just did, right? Okay. Did we look up 5Ps in all of these? Wait. Oh, we did. Foster care in Portland. Did we look up 17 magazine? No. 17 magazine, sometimes referred to as 17 magazine, is the title of an unreleased and controversial song. There's mentions of it on a few sites claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape but was removed. What did Hockey do? Is this a new family tree? So basically, there's an infidelity that came from this family tree that caused a baby that made this family tree. There's an infidelity 2 on this family tree that caused this family tree. Infidelity 3. Oh, he's doing song requests? Yeah, I can't see that. Then there's just a family tree update over here for some reason. So that's what we're trying to figure out. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. Jsleek21. Okay, so a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title would mean that there is a periodical called 17 Magazine. Magazines? The intro states that it was written on and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. Did you play it, Noah? It was written on Davy's 17th birthday. David Bellows. What would be in this magazine that would trigger this? Maybe Dirty Davy? It was 10 minutes long. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. Fashion show for a teenage magazine. Once the magazine comes up here, it would like show up here. But I have to find something. Wadios.
I'm pretty sure Jsleek is a predator.
www.
How you doing, Wadios? Let's do 17 magazine, 17 magazine. How you been, man? So, this is a dead end for now, I guess. What were we on? He claimed he turned 17 in 1992, but his birthday is 1977. I've been all right, chilling. Chat, 5 minutes or 30 minutes? 5 minutes or 30 minutes, chat? 67 minutes. Is there anything else that we know? Like, is there anything else here that I can look up? The highest profile of these was a rapper named Felix Fellows who changed his moniker to 5Ps. 5Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. 5Ps. One star out of 7. More poser than my action figure collection. If we do 17 magazine, and then we would be searching for that headline, or we go back to Root of All Evil and search for that headline. Nope. The author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Who would we know So that wouldn't have been the girls. The girls were older. It could have been Candy. I don't remember how long Candy lived. All these ones were older than 16, I think, by the time that the thing got written. Clocks go back it should go back now, like in 30 minutes, I think, or in whatever. Wait, she was a student at the time. No, these guys were all kids. This was their profession at the time, so it could have been a Rafferty. These girls were all older. This girl was grown. Could be Christina Roottreemania. What are you saying, Guy Hudson and his mother on News Time? Where did you see that? Oh, his rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared. Why did we not read down this far? Holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. So, at first the Roottreemania company denied it. Miracle Roottreemania even appeared on the same magazine a week later. Wait, so it could have been Miracle or Guy Hudson. But since then, they backtracked and publicly welcomed in the family. So, where are we? So Guy, I don't know if Guy would be here or if Guy would be here. Split up infidelity. I think Guy would be here. The thing about this is that... Wait, Guy Hudson's not even in this list. Guy? Wait, what was Guy's actual... Was that not his real name? I think it was a nickname. Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson, who was only president for a few years, has mostly faded into obscurity. During Roottreemania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5-piece appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Wait, he was holding Guy? Or Guy was holding him? Guy liked to throw large holiday parties. The fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play. Oh, 5-piece was holding a photo. So... But is Guy allowed in here? No. Is Hudson in here? Hudson's not even in here. I'm so confused. Wait. Guy Hudson's available in the green. Oh, so the green ones... The green ones are coming from the top. So, Guy Hudson would have had his first affair with this woman who would have had the kid, but Guy wouldn't have been the dad, maybe. What was Guy? He was president third. But it could have been at the time that this happened. Like, he wasn't a president then. The thing is, so this 0 out of 4 up here, like, that means that once 4 are correct, someone will come in and be like, yo, you got 4 right. Like, congrats. Here's more tips. So we have 4 things put in here. So one of these is wrong. If we just found the picture to buy peas, then we would know if we're on the right track. It could be musician. It could also be guy, because he kind of didn't. Like, he was just debauchery and swinger.
I'm pretty sure Jsleek is a predator.
Maddie, thank you for gifting a sub to Sapensky. Like, is swinger a fucking occupation? What else could... Unknown... I don't see anything along that line of work. I'm
pretty sure Jsleek is a predator.
Maddie, are you having fun? Yeah, but we don't even know if we're that close, you know? Show older. There's an older version of this page in the time travel archive. Oh, this is like the... That's the... Root tree version. Okay. So if we go here, let's do Guy Hudson and see if we get anything. This page hasn't been updated for at least 8 months. I think this is like from Root Tree times. I think this means that it's now irrelevant. Like, is this Windows XP? Yes. Wait, his wife Patricia dying in a car accident. Wait, this page hasn't been updated. Oh. Wait. So, this is old too. Chat, I haven't played this game in like, what, like 6-7 months? So, he and his wife had no children. Yeah, because he had a second family. Butler County Police has released multiple statements. We're already fucking stuck. There's 11 hints on this page to where we could be looking. By the way, maybe we try reading this again. We can look up 6 pieces. Yeah, it starts or like snowballing. That's the better word. 6 pieces was released in early 1990 and perhaps assisted by the plane crash that killed the main root trees. Reviews were mixed and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Many took umbrage with the timing. Indecision-itis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the root tree rift. The 3 press releases from the Root Tree Candy Company after the releases of 6 pieces. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Root Tree Company, but the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that would be meeting as soon as possible.
21.
The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced there after a vote Ron Roottreemania would be taking over. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within and without, and would look into compensating. It's quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family. Joint presidents. Not reading a bedtime story. Wait, so Clark is co-president with Ron. I actually don't even know who Ron is. Ron Roottreemania. Oh, you know Ron? Oh, Ronald Roottreemania, the director. Okay. Ron Roottreemania. Ron was announced as the president during the Roottreemania Rift, but the next press release reversed it and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. So Ron was originally, and then Clark said, no, I'm helping. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. Business Watch has a thing about Ron. Three weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwen, died in Paris. No! Gwen was a hottie. Okay, Ron Roottreemania and Business Watch. Thank you. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Roottreemania Rift. The article mentions that nobody from Roottreemania that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Timeline says that the family actually held a vote after Carl Roottreemania died before the release of 6 pieces and decided they wanted Ron to take over because of experience running his director production company. Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clan's trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed slowly to Clark. So maybe we try Clark Roottreemania? Nope. His family's got issues. We're just one picture away from getting more. Where were we? We were looking at this, right? So we got the 6 pieces. Oh, the Roottreemania Rift. It was right there the whole time. Clark Roottreemania. Oh, maybe because it's under this name. Wait, Root has its own new leadership. Okay. In early March of 1999, it was announced that both Clark would be taking over. We know that. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Yeah, we know Lauren is this thing. This is all right here. Oh, shit. Dakota! W Raid. W RuneScape viewers. Wait, I just saw what Nox said. The hell, Nox? What's up, Virtue? Here from Raid. Chat, type one if you're here from the Raid. No one in my dead game category. Yeah, Dakota, I'm sorry, I left too. I'm sorry. But you know that, like, that's, like, part of my, like, whole thing. Sensu, who are you a fan of? And how do I convince you to be a Dolphins fan? Because it's been a very good year so far. It's been a very good year. Dakota, thank you for the raid, bro. How was RuneScape? Bills all day. Oh, God, never mind. Yo, Chiefs tomorrow or no? Finishing up leagues, W. I got the 63.5. And just literally haven't signed on since then. You cannot convince anybody to be a Dolphins fan. Why not? You guys don't think it sounds like a good idea? Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight. We're playing a weird puzzle game, so RuneScape people aren't going to enjoy this very much, but... Convince us to be a fan of something with one hole. Dakota, I hope you have a good night, bro. Thank you for the raid. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have been all covered under the trust, according to the word. Yeah, I knew that. Chat, is the music too loud? Oh, the music volume's already turned down. I already turned it down. You're too loud. Yeah, no, I get that too, Draven. Ruby Legal Enterprises. So the trust, which is what basically pays the family for being famous and, like, makes all their money, is now owned by these guys. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of Six Pieces and the revelation, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects, including the candy company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Sjleek Sanchez. Bro, there's so much. Yeah, we have to look up Root, too. I wrote you? You're fine, Maddie. Sjleek Sanchez is an author best known for her portrait of a changed man. Her follow-up did not perform as well. She has written a few more books since then. According to a site about authors, Sjleek is known for her non-fiction, with a focus on exploring darkness into the human psyche. In a magazine called Piketty, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Okay, so now we do Piketty, and we do this name. There's 8 hints on this page. Bass E-Love. Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? Hi, Aaliyah. How are you? I've been good. W Spider-Man costume. I saw it. What's that say in the corner? This utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. What? This is the issue. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. Yeah, I hope you've been good. It has photos of Guy. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Sicily did not own the rights to. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search, rendering this magazine useless. But there's 8 things on here. It's missing pages, it says. What is this game about? We've been playing puzzle games lately, Aaliyah, because we're old, you know? So, oh, it's a red book, so it's got a red herring? That makes sense. That makes sense. What have you been playing? Yep, bald and old. I'm not bald, chat. I have a full head of hair. We've already talked about this. We've already had this discussion. Where are you hiding that hit? So maybe we look up Guy Hudson in this magazine. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a canceled book. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Sicily did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves. Did we just read this? Instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Still for it once in a while? Yeah, this. Some people asked me to play the Simpsons one that just came out. Maybe we look up Piketty. Not bald, by the way. This is not a picture of me. This is edited. A Piketty is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petal. Let's look up root. The root website has a small memorial section. It's currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. Who's Brenda White? You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottreemania Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year. That just took me to the same page. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. Is there anything new on Roottreemania Sisters? From other higher profile sites, you find that a charity has been set up in the girl's name. Okay, but it's not... It doesn't send us to anything else. Like, usually if it's mentioned twice, it would probably, like, have a thing, right? Nope. Brenda White? No, I doubt that this is gonna do anything. Ooh. You stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress. This is a fucking Easter egg before. Black and blue dress, the white and gold dress itself is not relevant. If it has this red thing up top, it means that it's from, like, the actual game and not the updated, like, DLC. Like, so this was in the game before. Brenda Roottreemania. Wait, this is new. Many websites and news articles eulogize. As far as you can tell, Carl and Brenda never had any marital issues. You do come across an article about a Kristen Valdez who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not make any claim about having a child with him. She just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. She says that they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Did she grow up in Portland? She was... You come across an article. So now let's look at all of our article things. Nope. Nothing. Okay, so Carl can be here. We didn't even look at the top secret thing. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. Did we look up Roottreemania? Daytime talk show hosts had I'm a Secret Root Tree episodes. We just look up Root Tree Family. Is there new stuff? No. Root Trees, is there new stuff? No. There's got to be something here we're missing. Like, is 5 pieces, is there anything new? No. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music. Did we look up on this new website 5Ps? I think I tried it, but I didn't try it in 5Ps. Or this one. And there was another one with this. Yeah. We did, I think we did all this too. This is crazy. But this is like... I mean, if you're looking at this whole board... Like, it started with, like, 4, right? And then it got harder as you went on. Now it's just even, like... Now we're on, like, level fucking 20. Did we do this? This music's making me have to go to the bathroom. Wait, news time. Let's go. News Time is a major news periodical. The rapper 5Ps famously appeared on the cover claiming to be a root tree. So if we look up News Time, oh, it's already here. And we do 5Ps, his picture should be right there. And we get more. He looks like NF. Wait, 5P says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 week or two after that before she quit. He does not look like me, chat. Okay, wait, we're going to put this picture in. I'm not even going to look at that yet. Because if this picture goes in, then that means that we have a good amount of stuff right. So nothing changed. So is Guy Hudson... Like, who is Zach Hudson? Like, there's no way that a Hudson's over here, right? This would have been so much more fun if I did this, like, right after the other one, because then it would have been, like, fresh. I basically got to, like, relearn it. Oh, Zach Morton. Zach Morton's secretary. I know Morton was on here somewhere. Zach Morton. Wait. So he was fucking with someone this age and then that age? What? Like 2 different generations? His mother, Joanna, was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired. Oh. So she just kind of inherited Guy Hudson's... Okay. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16. But one day, his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush. But then he found a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. This was the only picture that they had where everyone was dressed. This picture is shown in full evidence inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. Felix was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. So that's the names. But has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even selling CDs on corners. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottreemania company. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Roottreemania company, but at the moment, the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Roottreemania has sent... None have been factual. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name. Okay, so we go to the board now. So Joanna is this one. What was the husband's name? Joanna Fellows. She was a secretary. This will probably end up triggering something. Maybe not. Who ripped it? And then this guy was also a Fellows, but it was their name was Riley. I forgot, chat, didn't? Every time you get 4 additional key relatives. Oh, I think it's the whole tree. Like, this is only 1. Was it the whole tree? So that's Guy. Can I get these pictures or no? She's bad. What's her shirt say? Roottreemania family picnic. Holding up this Polaroid of his mother, Joanna, when she was Zach. He claims that Joanna and Guy were having an affair that led to his birth. Okay. So, wait, but that doesn't... Wait. That doesn't make any sense. That's definitely Guy. I don't know if the president still counts. But if he is the kid, then that would mean that he would be down here, right? But that doesn't make any sense because it has to be in the star spot. Wait, so how many affairs did this guy fucking have? First affair, final affair. Where did all these... Infidel... Wait. Guy was a player. He got with 5 different girls while married to this poor lady, Patricia. Typical man. Okay. So there's still 2 more hints here, but I think that goes away once the things come up. Who is this? Miracle Roottreemania appeared on the cover of News Time. He vehemently denied that 5-piece was a Roottreemania. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division. Sam did the same before her. Sam's family was not destitute, and that really is... Yeah, and I don't really remember too much of... like, what this is all about. Yep, now it's back to 1 o'clock. Miracle is the oldest living Roottreemania. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, This is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families. True. I do remember that. I remember that from working overnights too. Okay. Chat, they wouldn't give me Miracle without making him have to be on this board. So... it would be this Miracle. Because he's got the matching tie. So let's put Miracle here. And he's still a preacher or whatever, right? And Nicole Smith. So this means that I don't have all four correct. Wasn't their son Miracle Jr.? Miracle, Miracle, Miracle. I'm assuming this is talking about... yeah. I'm assuming that we're talking about that Miracle, right? Not like the main one. There's no way this guy's still alive. When was this guy born? Miracle Roottree. Miracle Senior. Wait, the first one. Wait, so it is the... so... but that wouldn't be the right wife. It would be Helen Lennon. I don't think this matters for that number, though. This still means that we're wrong. We gotta look that up. He was one of the famous five pieces. Fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. Yeah, they called him Miracle because he shouldn't have lived to, like, past a certain time or whatever. He shouldn't have been born. He's now in his 70s, and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So consider this your last chance. This intimate evening, Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. This should give us a flyer or something. Previous flyer. Wait, wasn't this 2 before? Was this number 2 before? There's no other picture. How could I not... like, chat, someone's here. Wait, that picture is of Pez. Isn't it? Yeah. But I don't think you can put both of them on the board. He doesn't even have another picture here for you to put him. I mean, he's got 2 kids. Maybe that doesn't go there. Well, where else would it go? Yeah, turn off one of them. I don't know which one you can turn off. Just whichever one you can. It doesn't matter. There's no way the lyrics have anything. There's not even a clue in this. There's one clue left there. There's 2 clues left here. We never went through the fish book. I mean, it's got 8 clues on it, but you can't do like this is all you get. You have to find the next one. The magazine was pulled from shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless. So someone took it. That happened in the other one where there was like 1 copy, and then you had to find the second copy. Let's look up what Anna Mom is. She claims she slept with Guy Hudson, and that her daughter was a root tree. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement and Anna Mom, more details came out. People became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Pez. Wait, she was also a secretary? She was probably the secretary after she left because she was only there like a week or 2, right? Anna Mom's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference. Many people claim that this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash were the beginning of the end. So this was the last one. Final affair. She was a secretary. I think. Like, that's just a guess. They split up. I don't know what the yarn means, though. Like, does this mean that this would be the kid and this one would be their kid? Infidelity is cheating. Every time it says infidelity, it's an act of cheating, basically. It's okay, Maddie. Don't worry about it. I'll try to remember to do it. Wait. That went down to 7. That was at 8. Let's look up Jane Doe root tree. This is the same thing, right? Anonymom's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Wait, so this is nothing then? I know she's not, but like some of these people on here are not there at all. I'm wondering. I mean, at this time, I forgot how they did always use a person's most recent occupation. So, I mean, most recently, he was the president. So that would make him still the president here. So these have to be right. These have to be right. Unless she left the secretary job. I mean, she was the druggie, right? Wait. Wait, I have a question. How did she die? How did she die at 16 but was a secretary for this guy and had a kid? Am I wrong in that? Or is that over here then? It can't be over there. Cat, this star means that this guy is here. Like, 5Ps is the star. He's the only notable person. Why does it tell us this then? Like, why does it even... That's so weird. Bass El Bub. Hmm. I mean, most recently, he had to have been a musician, right? There was nothing about him changing careers. Let's look up Sam Madsen, because it says, could this person be the next Sam Madsen? I know Sam is, like, the person. This is new. Oh, wait, we've seen this. We didn't look this up when we looked up Roottreemania Rift. Why do I feel like this is... Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch. A woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to number 3. I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I should have gotten my... So, it's Clark. Wait, wasn't Clark... He was an advertiser. So, he ran this ad. Yeah, and he's bald. What else could be in news time? Root tree. Like basically everything that we've looked at so far. Sam Madsen. What's up, mozzarella? Five Ps. The wife of guy, like Patricia. We can look up Patricia Jones. Do we look? You're saying to look up her name, Joanna Fellows. How you doing, mozzarella? That's how you spelled it, right? Yeah, she got nothing. We can look in the periodicals. Nothing. Wait. Do we have the right? We have the right year. It was in the 70s. 1975, and like that's when this guy would have been born. So that makes sense. But also the timeline, just making sure. Guy Hudson's secretary for only a week or two before she quit. Wait. Who's afraid of their son's life so they moved to Portland? Oh. She died when he was 16, not when she was 16. That answers that question. Oh no. That's funny. So this was on June 9th, 1999. This was June 16th. If I look up charlatan and thieves, does that do anything? Charlatans and thieves. No. Miracle, root tree. That's just going to come up with what we were at. Piketty? No. This one's an old one, so it doesn't matter. What were we just on? Modern Music? No. Butler County Times. Did that one. This one. I think there's something with the miracle. Let's go back and look him up again. Crap. Let's do this. Did I already do this? I did this already? I was making sure because if the red thing is on it, I think that means that it's not relevant. Like, tickets can be purchased at their local services, notably absent. I'm liking it. What are you two talking about? Um, if someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities. We're only looking for the ones that led to potential new root trees. So there could be more. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity, Clark says. Yeah. But Clark... I mean, Clark was the player in the original one. Clark had this wife, he got divorced, then had this wife, then he got with this one. And he had a different kid with this one. Oh god. Chat, I'm just gonna wait, I can't because we don't have a picture of Clark yet. Wait. Damn. How do you spell this? Clark Rafferty LaRue. I don't know how to spell his fucking name, bro. LaRue. LaRue. Rafferty LaRue. I think you maybe need the dash. Oh, we've already looked at this. Advertising career. You seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. In early March. What is Clance Trust? It's basically when these guys made this and knew that they were making basically Hershey's, like the biggest chocolate company, candy company, they made a trust so that everyone who's a direct relative of them two gets a cut. And that's what all these people are fighting for. And now all these people would technically be direct relatives, so they are coming up saying they deserve a cut too. Like, everyone right here doesn't get a cut, but everyone with root tree blood gets a cut. Why so many family members? I mean, everyone's family tree kind of looks like that a little bit. If you go up enough generations. We can look up this again, though. Clancy Edward Rootree. It just takes us there. Elias Rootree, which is like the guy. Wait, this is new. Elias and Gwyneth were never really celebrities, but the general public's perception of them as classic faces associated. Sent 6 pieces. 50% what? You are not 50% anything. First Anderson Maple Farm. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists. The quotes from Bess Williams' book. She lived outside Miami. Bess has a minor history with the root trees. Her only notable book, Family Man. The Boca Doral Library. Look up Family Man. $1920. Okay, so now we go to public library. Author name, Family Man, right? Okay. That's Elias. I'm assuming. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, yada, yada, yada. Replace that definition with a picture. It would be a picture of this book. This sounds like someone saying that they got together. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of its extended family. The best thing is that it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. But I want the actual fucking book. So in 1921, it was founded in 1908. He could have gotten with someone in 1921. Let's do Elias. Roottree. Main Elias. What do I have his occupation as? President first. Are we serious? Okay, Bess Williams, who we don't have a picture of. Bess Williams, writer, author, maybe. Did we... What is the 0 for 4 thing? It basically means that on this board, once we have 4 things 100% right, it'll pop up and it'll tell you. But it doesn't like fill out one at a time. Like, once the 4 is there, it'll go to 4 out of 10 then, or something like that. W saying I was watching it. So that means that you have like 5 people? Yeah, but that means that we could have 3 out of 4 right now. Some of these aren't right. Like if I move the miracle back to the other miracle, maybe it's right, but it doesn't look like it. And it's only the people with pictures. Like these don't matter. Really, Saint? That's fun. So like she wasn't always a secretary. So she could have had another job after that. Right? Hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. Oh, she worked at the register. Retail? For real. They should have added those. That's got to be retail, right, chat? Cashier. Bro, like when I'm doing that, like something should change if that is the 4th one. Like, is he not a preacher? They're all preachers. So this one has to be right. Like, it's very little chance that and once we get 4, Draven, it'll come up and be like, these are the 4 that are right. So then you know that the other ones, something's wrong. Did 5Ps do anything else? Is there a rapper or something in this instead? Media mogul. We don't know if so every time that we add something, we have to come back and do retail and cashier because we don't know which one. And I doubt it's secretary, but click on the photos next to guy. It doesn't. Once you get more photos of guy, you can put guy here so that they're not here anymore. That's all those are. Like everyone will have secondary photos. It's just like when we looked up this guy. That's Clark at this time. That's Clark at that time. I don't think it even matters what's in the main one. It might, but... What did we just unlock? This. Which didn't really give us much. We can go back and look up Business Watch Elias. To see if anything changed it. No, but... This is from back in the day. Did Bess Williams have any other books? Her only notable book, Family Man. Bocadoro Library. It's now the Miami Print Museum. One of the exhibits is in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. Picture has been added to your evidence. Another is in a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. All right. So that's someone on this tree. It might be Bess. Watch, Draven. Okay, so Miracle is wrong. And... the mom is wrong. You have also unlocked the following optional entry, Riley Fellows, meaning that, like, we know, like, that means that the guy on the side. Hi, Sam.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be root trees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Okay.
I felt terrible. So I began helping the others.
Just some random guy that got hired, basically.
Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there.
That was probably the Jane Doe.
But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
That might have been Clark's cheater, though.
But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Okay.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good
GG,
luck.
Maddie. All right, so we got 7 new pieces of evidence. So there's no more on this one. Yeah, confidential. Partial staff records. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees. The many laborers on their farms and in the factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. So this guy was just banging every secretary. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. So don't. You with your mods. Joanna Robertson. Oh, it's her maiden name. It's not Fellows. Her maiden name is Robertson. And then she would be cashier. That's probably... So we need 12 of these. So we need 8 more. That's crazy. Okay. No. It like unlocked that, but we looked up Bocadoro. That's what got us that picture. I don't know who all these people are supposed to be. But we have names of secretaries now. There's one more hint. Oh! In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and the guy would be taking over at the start. They held a retirement party in November. Guy Hudson replaced. Eli was no longer. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list, meaning that she got married. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. Christine Farrow, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox 50-year anniversary bonus. Okay. So there's 2 hints here. 2 hints on this one. 3 hints on this one. 1 hint on that one. Raffer tunes. Guy Hudson replaces. Christine Garland is no longer working. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Oh, it said to match when they take trips. In 1979, Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Wait, she was an interpreter. So Susan Ford went to China and France and Brazil and interpreted for Guy and whoever he was taking at that time. Okay. The volatility continued. Many new employees. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Okay. So he brought an interpreter, but then he started banging the interpreter after he fired the other one? You're yapping. Grandorf Dub donation. There's so much to look up on here. Guy Hudson died. First few months of that year continued along the same pattern. All of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Susan Ford left the company right after Guy died. The hell? Work time temp. Okay. Let's look at this. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Her husband, Stuart Clementine. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottreemania, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stewart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s. A singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. So Miracle... Wait. Miracle cheated. He's not in the right side. That's what it is. Okay, so if I take this, I literally just need to move Miracle to the other side. And then we have the other cheater. $1949, that fits the timeline. We probably would have had this done way earlier. Okay, so now we have two that I'm not 100%, I'm 95% sure are right. She was a singer. We don't have a picture of her though, do we? Wait. This photo was given to you by Sam Madison, a woman named Regina Clementine. Stewart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottreemania. Okay. So, Mary Beth Clementine. Singer. Musician. Mary Beth. That should be right. And then Stewart is the older boy wearing a vest. And they said that he was a police officer. Stewart. But we don't know his last name. Would it be Clementine? Where was that? Regina Clementine from New Orleans, Louisiana, about her husband, Stuart Clementine. So Stuart Clementine was a police officer. Regina Clementine is right there. They're just married and happy, living on their own life. Clementine was married to someone else at some point, but they split up, but they have another kid. But I don't know if that means that this guy's a Roottreemania or not. Like, who is this kid? She traveled around the country performing at churches. New Edison was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children. I don't think you did, lady. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption. What a scam artist. Wait, how do you lie about birthing a son when you actually adopt him? Or what, the other way around? She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stewart. So he's just lying to Congress. Her other son was adopted later, and according to the single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Yeah, this level of work like has to be like on Blueprint's level. Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Sterling Clementine? But I'm assuming that that's what it is. Wait. Yeah. Wait, but no. It wouldn't be Sterling Clementine. I'm assuming that's Sterling. But... what? It wouldn't be Clementine because if she adopted them, it would be her name. I played it. We played it on stream. What is NEE Salazar? What someone was originally called. It's often used to provide a woman's maiden name after her married name. Wait, so... wait. No, I didn't know there was a sequel. Oh, so her real name is Salazar, Regina Salazar. That's what that means. No, I've never heard of that one. Okay. So I think that's a definite. That's a definite. That's a definite. We have 4 definites. We need 4 more. Oh, that's not Guy Hudson. There's no shot. We know the little kid, but we don't know his name. Or where he came from. But... did she have kids twice? Let's look her up in Butler County Times. What is her name, bro? Like... the Bible is full of adoption. It also mentions the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoptions have prevented her from touring recently. Yeah, because she was pregnant. I don't think so. I think they had 2 kids together. It's likely not relevant to your search. The premise is that the singer realizes that they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, then the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. So, it's not relevant. But she had a different one. He's got the whole world in his hands. That's not relevant. Released under the label New Edison. Sterling Edison. W. So she married her fucking publicist and cheated with Miracle. Great. Wonderful timeline. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. The police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them. What? Okay, let's look up Sterling Edison. Sterling Edison just brings us there. So let's look up this. A website about lawsuits mentions that this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. Wait, so he wasn't even Edison. He was Edel. The guy was suing because he was using Edison. What a fuck... Bro, this game is just trying to fucking trick you. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. So, wait, if you look up Sterling Edsel... Yo, Pico T got there's nothing about it. There's nothing about, Pico T anymore. Oh, their music. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb. Lawsuit was settled out of court and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner said he'd likely create a new record company. Did we look up New Edison? Oh. Did we look up this? Wait. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. So she was going by a new name too? Hi, Lucy. So Miracle's up here holier than thou when he had this whole thing going on. No, I didn't. Are the Broncos going to win tomorrow? No. They're getting shit on. Is there any more? There's no more hints here to even be done. There's no more hints here. There's still one hint here. Wait, I think that's actually, like, I was doing the picks, and it was, wait, is tonight the last daylight savings time? That's what Twitter just said. Are they getting rid of it? Maybe Riley Fellows. Wait. Joanna's name wasn't Joanna. Like, it wasn't Fellows. Let's look up Joanna Robertson. Nope. Okay. Let's look up Riley Fellows. The clock changed? Yeah, but it says... I mean, chat, Twitter would never lie, right? What did it say? Daylight savings times officially ends today. Yeah. Yeah, Twitter said that Scatabo was coming back tomorrow. Okay, so we have to go through all these confidential things now. Work time temp is one to look up. There's one thing here. So let's look through here. What is searchable? They said don't worry about going through names. You're not sure how helpful it would be except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they're listening to these books will likely be time-consuming and a waste of time. Zach Morton retirement party? Like, that's not going to come up with anything, right? Like... Who was hired here? Christine Farrow was hired in 1976. So if I had to guess, this is Christine Farrow. Okay, so here's how this works, I think. Christine Farrow, this is just a guess. Is Farrow in here? Christine was married to a Garland. Got remarried. Christine Farrow is no longer listed among secretaries. But a Christine Garland has been hired. So, Garland. We don't know the name, but we know it's a Garland. But how this works, chat, is it's always left to right. So Christine got with Garland, had this kid, and then cheated with Guy and had this kid. Because how these always work is that it goes left to right. Like, left is always oldest. She was also a secretary. For now. Christine Farrow. Like, it's saying not to do this, but... So when did Christine leave the company? Let's look for that. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottreemania. So, wait, that means that these kids are like 9 months apart. Like, this literally means she had this kid with Garland in 1977. And in 1978, she got pregnant and left the company. And then he hired Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz. And then fired... Look at all the secretaries, chat. And then fired Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays and hired Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. Like, what are we doing? And then he went to Australia, China, France, and Brazil in 1979. So that means he went with... Well, I don't know, because he could have went at the beginning. Okay. There's searchable stuff in here, though, so... Let's search this. The Grandoff School for the Deaf. You scan through all of the principals and find that the principal, Miss Ford, who is Susan Ford, who was the interpreter, is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Okay, so Susan Ford might actually be someone searchable. Because she has, like, stuff besides... Is her name, like... Miss Ford? Unless it's her mom or something. Hudson Wing? The Hudson Wing was in a new expansion. According to the history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottreemania Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in what details. Donation came at the inheritance of an employee of Roottreemania at the time. She learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be, Hudson was the name of one of these kids. Like, I remember the name Hudson. Guy Hudson. He banged Susan? Do we think that this is here then? When did Susan get fired? Wait, no, Susan... Chat, Susan was bad. I'm pretty sure Guy Hudson died in May of 1982. Susan Ford left the fucking workplace in 1982. Like, her boyfriend just died, and she's like, yeah, I quit. Just GG. So that has to be the, like, final one. This was his final affair. But we don't have a picture of Susan Ford. We can look. Wait, but her future husband was deaf. I think we need to look in, like, these for Susan Ford. There's got to be other stuff. There's got to be a better way to do this besides spamming each of these, right? Like, this isn't the way that the game is supposed to be. Okay. Maybe the school? What's the name of the school? Randolph Dorf or whatever. Where was I? Not going to be in Teen Blast. Someone defaced the school in vehicles outside the brand new Hudson wing. One of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes. He was coincidentally a former student. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. I was expecting that to say Mrs. Ford. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father. Wait. This is her new name. This is Susan Hughes. Seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances. Okay, is there anything else about him? No. But I'm going to assume that it's Thomas Hughes here. He was a student at the school, which tracks with the... She learned it for her future husband. But if I look up Susan Hughes now, does anything come up? Yeah. So we don't have a picture of her. She was a teacher. Professor. Oh, a principal. And find that the principal. She was a principal. Okay, but we don't have a picture of her. Guy is the father, yes. So whoever this is would be the kid. But I think that means whoever this is would be their actual kid. So... of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. Wait, so maybe it's not her. She might not be there, bro. Because unless this guy went back after and had a kid with her. We need to look up work time temp. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between work time temp and anyone related to your search. there anything else in the donation thing? I don't see anything else. What is this flavor? Why not just put watermelon? Wait. Because he went to China. Right? China. One of these girls was Chinese. One of them was Chinese. And her favorite flavor was watermelon. Is there anything new on him? No. Maybe there's more on a different website about them? I think. I mean, that's just the company. It's not relevant. This is all stuff that we already knew. Is this new? Charles Lee in the late 20s. It includes some print advertises. You find a newspaper ad. This has to be from the old thing. Like everything up here. I was just making sure. No. That wasn't something I missed. That was something from this timeline. I think that's where we found these pictures because it said that pictures were broken. So, and then we had to go to this website and like put them together. How many more hints are in here? 3. But I think this doesn't change until the top number changes. Wait, we could probably look up Stewart. If he's a cop in Butler County, then maybe he's got some stuff here. Stewart Clementine? It's Stewart Clementine, right? Yeah. Can you start over? No! Clementine isn't that popular of a last name, and you managed to find a Stewart Clementine listed as one of the names of an emergency services website. It seems he's a police officer. He has no web presence. 4K? Because I said so, and you're supposed to listen. In New Orleans. So, he wouldn't be in the Butler County Times. I know that he would be Robbie... Is his name Redford? Roottreemania. Oh. I know he was in there before. Business Watch ran an article. We read this. Is there anything new on RR Productions? Guys Like Us remake. The Guys Like Us remake has been discussed a few times on a website. Cameron Diaz. Wait, is movie news a periodical or no? How did that just happen? Wait, no, put that back. Robbie Root Tree. It didn't add as a periodical, so it probably isn't. I mean, if we look up Cameron Diaz, she's not relevant, I guess. Guys Like Us remake. Linda Fiorento. Nothing. Chris O'Donnell. Nothing. Ron Roottreemania dropping out in the wake of a serious medical issue that's only a rumor. Draven, hope you have a good night. Wait, Ron's in Business Watch. Oh. Okay. So how many do I have on this board that I think are right? I think this one's right. That should be right. That should be right. That should be right. So we have 4 so far. If I found a picture of Susan, then that would be another one. So I need Brandolph Dorf again. Brandorf was the name of the founder. The founder had issues with government translators. And we looked this up in periodicals, right? Yes, we didn't. Okay. I know, we lost it because of hockey. Photo accompanied an article about a scientific study in the Butler County Times. The 4 twins were used as part of a nationwide study. Okay. Maybe I should read it. Susie Ford. Wait, what? Wait, so her name wasn't Hugh. Oh, wait, Susie Ford. Okay. So how is that possible that she had twins? It's saying that they had twins, but this board says one is Guy's and one is Thomas's. Is that even a thing? Can you have twins where one is one parent and one is the other person's parent? Dave, I hope you have a good night. Hi, Hal. Identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. They're identical, though. Isn't identical... Lucy. Doesn't identical mean, chat, that it's like from the same thing? They couldn't be more different. My youngest, it's only by 15 minutes. Essentially has stopped running from the moment she learned to hasn't stopped running. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field. Chat, they always throw shots at this guy. This guy created the game. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by small theater troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theater all 4 years of high school. This guy's just throwing shots at himself. Like, Jeremy Johnston is literally writing this and making fun of himself for being in theater 4 years in a row. Because it's like the 5th time that theater has been mentioned in this game. There's one song from it that has somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. Why are you saying bye? The key word in that Butler County Times article was local. What? Cass Lynch mentions some names, including a Heather Ford. Okay. So... Wait, so they were named Ford. They weren't named Hughes. Heather Ford. Heather Ford. Is Their Life near the end of April 1999? No Girls. Jules is here. So one of these is Heather. Chad, which one's that's an inhaler, right? Yeah. So she would be the one that's the singer. But I don't know if she would be singer. I think they would just be in school still. That's Heather Ford. And what was the other one's name? Melissa. Oh, it's the other way around. Okay, so EpiPen would be here. Asthma would be here. That's Heather Ford. We're just going to put student K through 12. And we're going to put Melissa Ford. I think that's right. Hi, Ash. Am I not a girl? Yeah, but you fall asleep so fast that, like, we don't even know, like, when you're, like, here and when you're not, you know? It's been tough. Falling asleep fast has been tough. Where's PK? He probably went to bed. Miss Susie Ford. Susie Ford. Nope. You've been playing RDR2? Really? What did this say on the thing? Local students provide a key evidence in scientific study. I had a 400-day streak at one point. They daily... Oh, yeah, I never, Chat yelled at me when I played RDR. They told me not to play it. Okay, so I think I have these two. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Haha, I can't say 7, Vinny. But wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we don't know who they had as a kid. Sleek is an impatient old man. No, I'm not. About to eat goldfish right now. Reminders. Yeah. Kind of hungry. Regular goldfish. Like, just cheddar. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. Get the rainbow. Yeah. I used to know the root trees, but never the sisters. Wait. Wait, this might be him. Like, this might be the young one. Or the old one. Typo. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. What? Well, that's Guy Hudson. You're welcome. So if Chris Rafferty... Wait, so Clark Rafferty's... Wait. No, that is Clark. Chris Rafferty is his name. Wait. W. Jules. Gonna take a picture of... Where was that? Where was I just looking at that? Who's Ernie Madsen? I said thank you. Oh, hi, Maddie, thank you. Lulu is much better at spelling. Lulu. His wife. This is one of the pictures of Guy. So... Do you feel like a detective? Lucy, thank you for the 1 bit. What are you girls doing? Wait, she didn't even give a bit. She just said she gave a bit. So annoying. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. Like, I'm trying to figure out if that goes here. Sleek is so cute when he's mad. I don't know if this is right. We're gonna put it for now. Actually, I don't think it would be right. Those are so annoying. So let's go back to the reminders. November root tree. Brian Jones. But how is that even helpful here? I did not say that. What would I even have had time to say that? My hands have been literally on my mouse the whole time. Why? I don't understand. Unless our daughter was named after her grandmother. Stephanie, not here. Wait, chat. Oh, after her grandmother, so it would have been Caroline. If a baby is right here, that would be parents, that would be grandparents, right? Yeah. So Caroline would be her name. But what does that have to do with what I'm doing now? Oh, unless... Wait. Okay, so that's literally just this. Stephanie Jones. It's not. It's Landon. She's a politician. Okay. Okay. So now that goes there. Her name is... Wait, this would be Brian Jones, right? So she would be a Jones. She would be Caroline Jones. Wait. Caroline. Unless she was named after... Eloise. No. No way. Is Eloise a name on here? No. Maybe they named her Carol. Baby is her profession. That's Brian Jones. Wait, so these aren't right. Because it would have been named earlier. And that means that this isn't right. Thank you. So that's not right. And those aren't right. So what could be about her that's not right? What's her name? Mary Beth Clementine. She still should have been a musician, though. So... The only thing that could be different is her name. Unless there's a new... Unless there's a thing here that I couldn't... Like, she wasn't into politics. Oh, maybe public speaker? Because she spoke in front of Congress, but I doubt it. It has to be a singer. Look up Mark Clementine. Crocodile. No, Rain. How you doing, man? So, our Clementine's a criminal. Wait, he was smuggling reptiles? I think it would be pilot. I think. Unless criminal is an option. Driver. We're gonna go with pilot for now. And then, does age match up? Yeah, no, it's right. It's just we have to, I don't know. Basically, you have to pick whatever he did last. But I don't know for certain if he did that until we get to a certain point. What? Sandstone Canyon High School, maybe? But Basket Baby of 1950. $19.99. Portland Telegraph. Okay. That's good, though. So now we have the Portland Telegraph. So now we could do Mark Clementine. He was flying legally between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday. Okay, someone else was from Portland. He was from Portland, wasn't he? He tried to find success. Wait, so maybe 5Ps is in Portland. What's up, Brig? Nothing appears to be new information at all rehashes. Just make sure. Yeah. Abdu, do you even know what's going on right now? Maybe we look at Billy Sims here, because that was... There were no more incidents of Croc Watch. Who's Billy Sims? Someone in this story. Doesn't seem to be very popular, and this is definitely unrelated to your search. Thanks, bro. We're basically putting together this entire family tree from nothing besides these and the ones that we get past that. So Stephanie's confirmed, right? That would mean that we still don't know if that's Carol. Maybe if we look up Carol Jones. Yeah. We can look up Carol Jones in here. We can look up Stephanie Jones here. This is out of date. She was a book writer, wasn't she? Let's go back to here. This one was actually recommended to me by Maddie, and then they came out with a DLC once we beat it. Like, we beat it and then they came out with a DLC, so now we're back on it again. How long did it take to put that all together? So this one is the original game. This took probably about 10 game hours. I would say like 8 to 10. And then they said this one's even longer and harder. It looks shorter, but like it's not as many giveaways.
I'm pretty sure Jsleek is a predator.
W rig.
What did I do?
Wait, what happened? You're locked? Like you're locked in? So every 4 that I get right, it will basically like confirm that I got them right. So these yellows mean that I got them right. This means that I didn't get these 2 girls right. I did this one after I got the last lock. So she was also here and didn't get locked. Yes, it is. It's much better. So I can go back to this page of them. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. If I go to the Butler County Times and type in, I don't know their names, I forget, but it's like Heather and Melissa Ford. Let's type Melissa Ford. Yeah. We'd have to find them again. Where were they? Is there a search bar? There is. Ford. She asked if her daughter Melissa and Heather could be useful, and it turns out they were. They couldn't be more different. My youngest is shy, but it's essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert. So that's an inhaler, right? And that's an EpiPen. So the youngest wait, no. So inhaler would be here then, and EpiPen would be there. Yeah, so we got 4 more. So we're still wrong about the mom. The mom has a different profession or something. Hi, Clark.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the
He's
trust.
one of the guys on the main thing that is now trying to find out all this information. I don't look like him.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few root trees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting. If you keep passing along potential root trees, I'll keep adding them to the list.
No, he's not. I'll show you.
On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep...
Okay. So, Clark... Okay, basically this entire family tree, what keeps them together... Yes, I do, Rig. What keeps them together is that the first lineage made a candy company. And throughout this thing, like, some people were architects or whatever, but then some people took over the candy company. Like, this guy was the 3rd president of the candy company. This guy was the 5th president. This guy was the guy who was just at the door, and he's the newest president because this guy died, and that's what started this whole thing. He has a kid named Chris. And maybe. Wait, so this would be here. This is a little mark. Oh, so that's not there. Wait, so that would just be Chris. But what about the girl? Because it says the girl isn't a thing. Wait, he didn't even give me anything. Oh. Like, they usually give something when the people show up. So we don't know Mark Clementine's wife's name or when he had kids. Wait, well, we do know he had a daughter who was graduating high school at some... What was the name of the high school? Yeah, he said... Well, basically, the Clark, that guy was a player. He married Danielle Franks, then divorced. He married Jean LaRue, had Chris, who I think is his son that he's saying he didn't get to see a lot. And then he mentioned the two daughters, the twins, that are here with his current wife. So he's just saying he doesn't get to see this family a lot. There's still 8 fucking hints here. Sjleek Sanchez. Let's look that up again. We still don't know. Sjleek Sanchez. I spelled it wrong. Like, completely wrong. He's still here. Somewhere. Sjleek. Oh, she has a book. Okay, so now we go to the library. We put in this by Sjleek Sanchez. What if everything you stand for, everything you need to know to be true, today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Sjleek Sanchez tells this powerful, true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Look it up on... It doesn't have anything. Okay. Go back to this and we'll look up Foreign Gospel by Sjleek. Do we have miracles? It was probably like $15.99 or something like that. We don't know Croc's wife, no. Is foreign gospel searchable at all? No. Yeah, but okay, so let's do that again. We can go back to Crocodile. What was his name? Mark Clementine. He was at his daughter's graduation. Billy Sims. Sandstone Canyon High School. But it doesn't say anything about the name of the daughter. Maybe if we go to... It doesn't have anything. Billy is the guy that knocked him out. Billy is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School who had his 15 minutes of fame when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine. Okay, I guess Crocodile knocked him out. But they do it for some reason. It's his daughter, though. Not. It doesn't matter because we don't have a picture of females anyway. We have this picture of Clark. But we don't know who that woman is. In this picture with them. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in this photo was. That was Clementine. Or, yeah, Crocodile. No, you couldn't find anything. No, this is Stewart. Stewart's on the list already. He's here. I'm just rereading it. To see, because basically what this thing means is that there's one more thing on the board that we haven't put together from this list. There's something here that gives us a hint to the whole thing. Wait, let's do Sam Madsen in the public library with the book and see if we can find anything new. Oh, that's good. As well as Sam Father, Edward Clancy. What was that printer noise? It means that we just got a new file. So this is new. We haven't seen this. There's 3 things on here. We need... Can I get that picture? Okay, I guess we don't need that picture. There's 3 hints in this thing. Sam's book has a few different passages. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. We know that. Guy is this, and he has 5 different baby mamas, not including his wife. We already put together some of them. So we know that. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Elizabeth had a daughter. According to Elizabeth, a caterer met her daughter at one of Guy's parties and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Elias cheated on Gwyneth. We know that. Yeah. Sam always says her son Ernie once asked, "Who's Beth?" Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard that name yelling. Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm. Secretary named Elizabeth. Wait, so did Elias hire his daughter with her? Elizabeth, what would it be? Elizabeth. But if it was in here, then it wouldn't be the timeline because there's no Elizabeth here. Elizabeth Cravensworth, maybe. But she's not a secretary. Like, secretary is here, but it doesn't matter because nothing came up anyway. Let's read that again real quick. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Elias is like from the 20s. So, and this book that we're looking at, this thing is 75. So, yeah. But if I look up, maybe she's Elizabeth Williams because they had a fling. She could have born Elizabeth Williams. Is it Elizabeth with a Z or an S? No. Let me just make sure in the Butler County Times it's not a thing either. Nope. Okay. So let's go back to the other parts of that. Local restaurant named Antonelli's. There's a large number of Antonelli's restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it's some... You may need to use more local resource. So if we go to Butler County Times, Antonelli's is an Italian restaurant and has been in the Butler County twice. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. There's a puff piece from Valentine's Day, 1978. Hi, PK. Christine Garland. Wait, we have Garland as a thing. Oh, so we have that put together now. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Okay, so Steve Garland. We don't have a picture of her, though. I'm assuming Steven Garland? It was Steve, right? She and her husband, Steve, who was a chef at Anson, at least. She was a pregnant secretary, yeah. Sleek, it's 2:30, yeah. Let's look up Christine Garland. Nothing. Christine Garland. All it has is that. Rochelle Zimmer. Nothing. They grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. Puff piece? There's a puff... Well, this is basically telling you what's in the puff piece, I think. Like, there's no other way that you would find it. I don't think. It's basically the game summarizing it for you in game format. But we would have to find a way. Wait, that might be Christine. Only because that's the only one that we have. But we don't have 4 anyway. We know this isn't right. Somehow this isn't right. It's got to be her maiden name. That's got to be the issue. And I'm not going through this whole thing and, like, doing that. If we do Mary Beth Clementine. We've read this. That's when she had the other one. We're just gonna brute force this for a second. Wait, I think this had something to do... Maybe there was a thing about her not having the right name. There was something about... New Edison, maybe? Before she legally changed her name. So she wasn't Mary Beth Clementine. So... No, because she was always a singer. But we would have it. We have the information here somewhere, like, because it wouldn't, like, the way that this game works. Things involving Miracle. Other notable root trees such as Lauren root tree, Miracle root tree. Not playing Roblox. Probably not at this point. It's kind of past, right? Let's look at Lauren Rootree and see if there's any. Did we already look at her? She began suffering Alzheimer's. Okay. A life between wars, maybe? I think this is... We've already looked at this, though. Unless there's new stuff here. Okay. So there's new stuff in this book, because I've seen this book before. I'm no stranger to true love. Good. We've just been doing... We watched the end of the Dodgers game. Like, I watched it up here while we were just chilling. But... I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. Chat, is Okinawa like Pearl Harbor? Dodgers won. No. Please remember Tham. Tham. Remember, God only put one eye in miracle. Well, you were wrong. Wait, where's Lauren at? She's saying these two. What is thicker than syrup and nothing's thicker than Elias? What is even... There's a single passage that focuses on potential affairs in her immediate family. How many of my girlfriend's husbands have been unfaithful? I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation. I don't know what... It doesn't even have anything here that would even do anything anyway, though. So... I don't know if this is right, by the way. It's just a guess. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. So, Elizabeth Garland. Was there an Elizabeth Garland? What did that other one say? Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. A caterer from a local restaurant. I think this is talking about Christine, but I'm not sure. So when we looked up Antonelli's, right? Oh yeah, it had to be here. They met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm with the chef. And then this is talking about a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. They met years ago when she delivered produce. I don't know if this is talking about Christine or someone else. Like, is there two connections to Antonelli's here? I mean, if you can't just look up Brazil, right? Like, oh, let's go back. Let's see if any of these other names stand out. Secretaries, Joanne Robertson is no longer amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows. That one we have right here. Joanna Robertson, Joanna Fellows. Then Joanna Fellows got fired. Beth Knox is no longer employed. I don't think that we've heard about that name at all. Christine Farrow, that's who we know. Is there any connection to someone named Elizabeth in hierarchy? Not on that page. Elizabeth Cravensworth in the office staff is no longer working. Christine is also no longer working, who could be the parent. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays were fired. Wait, Elizabeth Farrow. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. But, like, why is Elizabeth in quotes? Elizabeth Farrow, maybe? No. Elizabeth Cravensworth? No. Produce lady lied about her name and was a secretary. This is when Susan Ford was hired. Presidential office reimbursement. That's not gonna come up with anything, right? Edward Roottree retirement party. No. Travel expenses. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford is important, but we don't know more than what we know right now. We know this. Guy Hudson died. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. I feel like that would be... What's up, Kuno? Didn't they elope in distance when she went to be secretary with a different name? Hold on, let me just get to the bottom of this so that... Who's Fred Gleason? No one important, I guess. Yeah. We'll go back to that. They eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. They eloped with each other, or they eloped with Guy? "20 years ago. This book was written in... Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. So 20 years ago would be 1979. So that makes sense. It would be Guy. So basically, Guy in 1975 to 1982 was doing all this. So it could be here. Like, I guess we don't even really know that she's here. We know this is 82. Wait, this could be Susan Ford. We know this one is 75. So it doesn't really make sense. I mean, if you cheat with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different people in 7 years, would 79 be closer? That would be like here. But this one has a husband. So it has to have a branch out. So it can't be here. It either has to be here or here. But we can't find anything. Okay, one last thing. If this X is here, it means that they split. We haven't found anything about Christine and Steven not together anymore. Did we look up Steve Garland? Steven Garland? Wait, did it say elope then split? And they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Where was that you're talking about? In the Antonelli's research, right? They never split, though. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year, which was in 19... They eloped in 1977. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back. So I think she had a kid with Steven. I think what this means is she had a kid with Steven and had a kid with Guy. Like, this is Steven's kid. This is Guy's kid. What is Bass Elbow, bro? Like, what? Bass Elbow. Bass Elbow. Like, what is this thing? What does this mean? You can't see it. Rain, hold on. Like, there's 8 hints on this thing, but I can't figure out any of them. Big Sass Sea Bass. Maybe it's that. Move it back. Big Sass Sea Bass. Oh. Talking fish that sits on a... Wait, hold on. Okay. Talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration. A sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copyright was. It doesn't give me anything. Where's the author? We looked up Sisley. Like, Sisley, I feel like we know as much as we can. Sisley Sanchez reveals Roottree's secrets. Who could that be, Jules? So, if you look up Sisley Sanchez, she's the one who wrote Foreign Gospel. Which was how we found that one thing. It tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach. I wish it was just a search all button, but I guess that would kind of defeat the purpose of the game, huh? Yeah, but usually what happens, at least in one of these, is that like there's like a published version and then like, oh, this is the secret one that you now found. There was one on here and we must have found it. Because it's not a 1 anymore. Wasn't there a couple different Rosenbergs? Yeah, maybe just like bathe them. Emily Seinfeld. Looking at people that got married. I don't know why that matters, but... There's got to be a reason that... Like, they just have the Chinese word for watermelon here for some fucking reason. Like, why would they have that? Like, everything is like, oh, this is blueberry flavor, this is apple flavor, and then they just have the Chinese word for watermelon instead of actually watermelon. Is there an article for all this? No. I have no idea. Apparently, there's also a utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds in this thing. Picotee. A picotee is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. That's got to be something in itself. Something around the edges. Ooh, Bubble... Wait. Isn't Bubble Bass the fucking character from SpongeBob? I know, PK. Isn't Bubble Bass the pickle guy? The date is on there? Yeah, but I don't think that that changes anything. If I look at pickle tea... Yeah, we've already been here. We need to find out the book name that got canceled. Guy Hudson. This is old. If this red bar is at the top, it means that it's from the old game, and like it shouldn't be relevant now. Like it's before the DLC. Fancy flavors, is that new? There's no, this is the same page. Large holiday parties whenever you had an excuse. Is Butler County Police a fucking searchable thing? It just brings us back to that. So I don't think there's anything left on this page that could be brought up whatsoever. Yo, Unk, you're too old for this. Thanks, bro. You want me to type in bubble bass? Bass L Bub. Bubless ab. Why is it? Wait. Didn't it say something about how the bold stuff like meant something? Satanic bass, maybe? Because they're both bolded. I have no idea how it has that many hints. I have no idea. And like the thing is that like once we figured that out, it would just snowball down like so much. What is Beelzebub? Is that a thing? No. Okay. We're just gonna go like in order. There's still 3 hints on this page. Guy's main positive contribution, however, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business. Politician Brazil. Factory Brazil. How would I be able to look that up? Like Brazil politician, but that's not how this game works. It's not going to just give us something. There's got to be something we're missing for that. And like once we see Brazil pop up, we're going to be like, oh. Is this Beth? No, it's Bess. Oh! I just put that together. Chat. They were talking about how Gwyneth had a lisp. So she was really saying who's Bess, but she was saying Beth instead. So like, but that doesn't solve anything. Like that doesn't help us at all. Because we already have that in yellow. It helps us there's no Beth. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. Well, Bess Williams was a writer. She lived just outside Miami. Bess Elbub. And we looked at the Bocadoro Library. Miami Print Museum. One of the exhibits is in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. That's the picture of Bess that we have. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans. We never looked that up. It's credited to Marsha Barban. It doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Fuck you. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Like, then why even put it in the game? Why even make that a whole thing if we just did all that? Her name is not Bess Chat, get rid of the Elbub. That is not a thing. Wait, is Piketty an anagram? Hop, hop, hoppity. Wait, who's Rootree's lawyers again? We found out the company that was running it somewhere in here. Outside legal group, Plants Trust, is now run by Ruby Legal Enterprises, Ruby Spratt. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Isley Sanchez. Ruby grew up in foster care. Okay, we gotta look her up in Portland now. Okay, so now we look her up in Portland because she's from Portland. Build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. That fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. Did Ruby ever get... This person was given up for adoption. And this is a picture, but this isn't a fountain. Where were we just now? Was awarding her gold award. Yeah, didn't think so. Foster Fountain. Fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds, a website for park under a trivia section. It doesn't do anything besides that. But there's gotta be another reason for this. Like, where did this girl come from? She was the lawyer? Yes. An accomplishment relative, she offered to work for very little money so long as she could be a public face to build a reputation. Okay. That didn't give anything new, though. They keep mentioning conspiracy, and I know that there was a conspiracy thing in the old thing. But I don't remember. Many of the younger root trees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site. I don't remember the conspiracy site, though. We've already looked through this. Yo, are you still putting together things with elbow? We still don't know her last name. We're putting together this whole family tree, bro. That's the point of the game. What other names pop out? I think the point would be that it wouldn't pop out right now. What the fuck is this name? I wish that there was like a reminders. I mean, there's got to be something because that's how the game works. This person's got to be someone that we know. We just don't know yet. This is Mary Beth. I mean, it literally tells you, I think, in the picture. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed that he's a root tree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Root Tree. Mary Beth Clementine, but that must not be her. She changed her name at some point. I don't know how to find out what her name was. I read all this already, so I'm scanning it. Her son. They're called Clementine. So, when you look up Mary Beth Clementine, that was what I think you were in here when I saw this. So, he's just a cop listed in New Orleans. And then Mark Clementine is literally Crocodile. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. Yeah, so basically we don't have, like, the daughters here, right? Like, that's... But we don't know the name. We don't know the thing. We don't know anything like that. There's nothing really here. Like, nothing else in the room. This is some bullshit. Like, it doesn't matter. I think this is from the first version. There's got to be more with Ruby Sprat. Like, in general or from Ruby? Study at Mid-Eastern University. The mascot is the Spectres. The Herald. Okay. So now I have the Herald as one of these, so let's look up Ruby there. Ruby Sprat graduated top of her class. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial. I'm not looking up Elbub here. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration. That didn't give us anything. Just to make you happy. Yeah, for real. Midway between Maine and Miami. Hadera. Wait, but if we... Did Bess Williams go here? No. Maybe the fountain? What was the fountain called? Fountain of Use. No. No, it's not Bass Williams. Their mascot is the Spectres. Lugger, how about you tell me the state in between Maine and Miami? How about we don't have to... Look up what on Hadera? They have a historical technology museum on campus. It says Virginia. You literally looked that up. Maybe Mid-Eastern University is in another... You're telling me the newspaper that runs from the university would never mention the university in the newspaper? I find that very hard to believe. The University of Florida never says the University of Florida in their newspaper. Yeah, but how would I do that? They have a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. Like, this just seems like... How did we even find that? Mideastern University. Hi, Mateo. Little Ivy. Wait, what was the one for that? That one. Little Ivy. Just to make you happy, we'll look it up there too. Nothing. This one has two things on it. Raffertunes. It doesn't seem relevant to your search. Like, why even go out of your way to make this part of the game? Yeah. I mean, what else could we do with Ruby? We can't really... Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school. Like, if I had to guess, Ruby is this person. Is Ruby even an option on this name list? She is. Is there anyone else? No one else is a foster care kid. Yeah. So we're just going to assume that this is Ruby Spratt. But we have no picture of her, so it doesn't matter anyway. And her thing would be lawyer. Who's the adopted kid? So Ruby Spratt ended up whoever had this kid one was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against the manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Steering wheel covers. No. Not a thing. We looked her up in Portland. Right? Ruby Spratt. Earning her gold award. Is gold award a thing in the Portland thing? No. Yeah. Like, I don't know why... Like, this doesn't seem to be interesting at all, like, right now. Like, there's nothing that would connect anything to that. Who sued Sisley? Because she's who sued Sisley. I mean, this literally just is travel expenses. I don't know how... Yeah, I know it says Brazil, but, like, that was the thing, is that this tells you you're not sure how helpful it will be. Can you read this? You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Meaning, don't just go like this because nothing's gonna happen. Like, it's basically saying that if you just, like, doing this over and over again isn't worth your time. The game wouldn't, like, say that and then lie about it. So there are people in here that are important, like this, because she is one of the main people. But I've already looked into all this, I'm pretty sure. This is the book that we looked up by Sam Madison. This is what we actually... This is this book. Where this came from. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottreemania. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks. We know that. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Like, there's nothing... We can't connect that right now. I mean, it's going to be significant once we find someone who's from Brazil. But, like, we can't do anything with it right now. This is something significant. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. In any point, was there a secretary named Elizabeth who was working there for that long? No. There was... There was an office worker, office staff. She wasn't a secretary, though. And we've looked up Cravensworth. Beth Knox. Beth Knox. We could look her up here. We could try that. If she was in this, she would be in Butler because, like, that's where the company was. Now we do that on here. Yeah, they'd probably give it to you if it was either. Elizabeth Farrow, but that's saying that it's a different Elizabeth than the one that worked on the farm. That's what it said, right? A different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm. Because there was an Elizabeth up here, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I'm lying. Do we even have... We don't have anyone who... Usually I'm, like, confident in someone, right? Like, we don't have anyone right now. Like, I don't have one person where I'm like, yeah, we at least know that this is one of the four. Yeah. Is there anything else on Antonelli's? Wait, is there an Antonelli's in Portland? No. It's just in Butler County Times. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer. Rochelle Zimmer. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. What? Okay. Mark Zimmer. Steve Garland is the other fucking guy. That's all we get? Wait. So then we look up Steve Garland. First is an article about how he met his wife, Christine, when he worked at Antonelli's. The second is from months later. So that he can keep an eye on his son. So... we were trying to decide if Garland is here or there. One of them is the son. Seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. We'll look that up in a little bit. His recipe book was partially plagiarized. How do you plagiarize a cooking book? The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, thank you, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. We found something. One of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. Don't cook with salt water. There's 2 hints on here. For years, 2 bakers, Flowera and Yates, flirted. How to bake the plated loaf. What this says right here. Here, I'll read this. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks Yeah, isn't Dutch oven like... What the fuck am I reading? How is there two... How is there two hints in here? So, Yates and Flora are metaphors for someone. The plated loaf. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. So this is a story about them. Because they flirted. 10 to 12 years later, they met again, right? Flora is Christine, and she works for the king's as the king's personal baker, secretary. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. What did Steve do? What was Steve? Oh, he's a cooker. What is that follow name? Wait, so did we look up Mark Zimmer or we looked up... Wait. Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. Re-release as Garnishing the Truth. The introduction of this book is a series of acknowledgments from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're both becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. Okay. There's a lot here. One, we know the kids' names now. James and Robert. The only issue is that one of these isn't your fucking kid, bro. James and Robert Garland. Let's just put... no. So basically, once it... James and Robert, right? If I had the pictures, then it would be good. It says that they're chef, but like I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know how old they are. Because it just says you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. But once we get the picture of them, it says I guess I'm a good teacher, so oh, we don't have to put his profession anyway, so it doesn't matter. So here's what I think happened. Might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. So I think... Is someone else in here named Zimmer? I think Zimmer could be like here. Yep, Zimmer's here. So... we need the list of secretaries, and we need to find a Zimmer. I don't see a Zimmer. No Zimmer. Well, that didn't work. We can look at McCarran's brew house. I think that's the next step. On the site, there's a list of famous people who've had a drink, including former President Kennedy. One of them is Garnishing the Truth. So, there's nothing here. Fry die. Oh. Hi, Lexi. Good morning. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a small interior window. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went. Oh my god, bro. Another magazine? Okay, so now we have to look at Fry, Die, and McCarran's there. That's probably going to give us a picture. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name, each restaurant lists the one main dish. Fry Die's signature is the samosa cone. Okay, we remember that. So I'm assuming this is Robert and James. So they're men. They're not that. So they actually are chefs. We don't know which one is which. Also, one of these is... Which one is closer looking to Guy? I was expecting one to be Ginger. To be honest, this one looks more like Guy. The red one is Robert. No idea. That's just a guess. This could also be backwards. Like, it could be everything's right, but they're in the wrong position. Let's go back to the evidence. Chef's signature and nationally published, yada, yada, yada. Featured James and Robert. According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fried Eye. Exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Ew. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Wait, where did Thailand come from? Thailand was part of the thing, right? Robert, who is 3 years younger than James. So we have that right, because it goes from left to right. Jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated... Somebody preached in Thailand. You're right. My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that. She had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Yeah, so we know the order. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that would work. So 1998. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, but it doesn't say like they're like 20 and 17 or something like that. But it has to be in this order. Is sous chef a thing or is it only chef? Okay, so we should be good there. They're both chefs. So these two should be right. So they basically came out with a DLC, Lexi. This whole thing was what we did, right? And then they're like, okay, there was one time where it cheated, where someone cheated, and now they have new family members. There's another time where someone cheated, new family members. Someone cheated here and had 6 fucking different families. And then this one just had a kid. It should list from left to right to the photo. Wait. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James. Wait. Although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket. Is he wearing the sous chef jacket? Wait, so you're probably right. These are switched. So we think that we have 2 out of 4 done here. We don't think this is right. That is not a sous chef jacket. I mean, it's closer than the other person. Does he have Guy Hudson's eyes? Not really, right? It could just be a figure of speech, too, but... samosa cone. Would that be in? Okay, so that's just that. What was the other one? Sistine apple? Just making sure. Yeah. It just brings us back to that again. What would be in this that we've already looked up? Would Antonelli's be in it? Oh, you know ball. Only one Antonelli's has ever been featured in Chef's Signature. It's called Antonelli's Attic. And they're a dessert restaurant that serves a variety of dishes meant to evoke a neglected part of the house. This includes their signature dish, Cobweb Cobbler. As delicious as this all sounds, the restaurant doesn't seem related to your search in any way. I fucking hate this. Like, just make it come up with no fucking thing then. Like, it doesn't make any sense. McCarran's Brewhouse, would that be here? I guess it didn't copy and paste. Nope. McCarran's Brewhouse, that was where we found Friday, right? My Boston homepage. It's run by someone with eclectic taste. They claim to rate things on a scale from wicked awful to wicked. As far as you can tell, nothing besides Friday seems to be connected. You don't think you would like a Cobweb Cobbler? Okay. Where was the Thailand thing at? Chat, are we still going? Because I kind of have to pee. Or are we ending? Yeah, Miracle. Ends as soon as I get here. Are you gonna keep playing? Like, not on stream, but I want to keep. I want to finish this. The only thing is that, like, even if I get like 4 more, right? Like, we still are going the next day, so it's not like I'm ending this tonight. Like, I'm not finishing this tonight. What is root clothing reimbursement? No, we've looked at this. It literally just goes back. I don't even know why that would be a thing. Unless it's on something else. I don't think that I looked at this on the other things, though. Not going to be in Chef's Signature. All right, I'm going to pee, and then we'll try to finish this last round, and then I'll probably be done for tonight. One sec. Okay. There's still more here that we're missing. Okay, so lawyers. Ruby Spratt. We're back to the lawyers. What was the legal company called though? You saw it here? You saw Elbub. Yeah, that stupid ass fucking fish. It's just trolling now. Is there anything new on Jim Roottreemania? Oh my god, there is. Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond's Dazzlers. So this is just telling you that they're not cheating. Just randomly pressing stuff. Caroline Morden did its television interview. Someone who has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television script. Wait, 45 minutes. 45 minutes is the cooking time for the fucking loaf. And 45 minutes is like put in here like 2,600 times. 45 diplomats, 45 minutes. Okay. Thanks for having me, says Caroline. Never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have been put in. She could have put me in if she wanted. What? How the fuck what? She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days, when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors. That's how, like, I think, Lexi. I don't know. Especially numbers. Yes and no, they never tried to kick me out. Wait, I don't know. So we're only getting her side. We don't know the questions. They never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid any attention. So this is talking about this girl who left her husband and became a lesbian, which back in like the 40s or whenever this was, the 60s, probably wasn't the best, wasn't the most looked at thing. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy. No, I couldn't stand him. Wait, did she cheat on... Wait. They were cousins. There's no way that this game gets into that, right? Chat, like, they're related. Like, this is Guy's mom, this is her dad. There's no way this game gets into, like, cousin stuff, right? Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. I honestly get why she's pissed. This part? I read it. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead. So she's talking about Guy here, I think. Not unless you want more stories about Guy. Wait. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. I don't know. He's not talking about Guy. She's not talking about Guy here. Because they wouldn't say not unless you want more stories about Guy. She doesn't want to speak ill of the dead unless it's about Guy. So whoever she's talking about here, one of Sam's problems with our family, none of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Sam is this, which would be Carl's aunt. So why would Carl, unless it was about Edward or Elias, I'm not really sure. He's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than guys. But I think this would be about Clark. He never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way. But nowadays, he's just kind of boring and old. I think this is Clark. I prefer that to how he used to be and to Guy and Carl. I hope I'm never that boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be and to Guy and Carl. Because Clark was, like, known for being reckless, hence the 3 wives. And basically saying he hasn't had his life together until now-ish time. Who is the guy on the 45 metaphor? This was talking about Guy and Steve Garland. There's no way there's a connection with that. I think. We still don't know who this girl is. This girl is from this picture. The only way that we can figure this out is timeline-wise. Which I guess doesn't matter. Chris was 5 in this picture. Good morning, Noah. Chris was 5 in this picture. Chris is right here in the thing, but he's also right here. Clark is in this picture. Looking like that. The guy was in this picture, and this is one of his girls. But we don't know which girl. You were playing your game, W. I mean, it could be. We just don't know when this picture was taken, I think. According to Chris, it's a photo of him, his father, and Guy Hudson. While they were distracted, he snuck into the supply of chocolate they kept for visitors and tours. Chris Rafferty did not know who the woman in the photo was because it's not his mom. Like, that was someone different who's not relevant to this storyline whatsoever. It has to be one of these guys that Guy would just have, one of these girls that Guy would just have around. It doesn't even have, it could be this one, or it could be this one. But I'm just assuming because we know these two things, that it would be one of them then. I feel like we would know Susan Ford by now. Like, there's got to be something I missed with Susan Ford. Where... She was in something. I found out something about her. I'm not sure they have no... I mean, that's a pretty crazy connection. For them to have no connection. Unless the writer... Unless the game developer is just in it for 45. They do put red herrings in this, so... Also, I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. What? PK? It doesn't have anything for the year of the interview. Oh, no shot. This game is supposed to take 7 hours. You've been on it for this long. You got to look up the DLC. This is the DLC, Noah. So if you look up Time to Beat, people were doing it in like 24 hours. I didn't even realize. I didn't read Noah's thing when I read that. When I read PK's. Oh, dentist bills. You're right. Maybe. But this is like company bills, so I don't think it would be there, right? Where's the time where he goes? It would be in France. Who would he have followed over there, though? Why does Sam Cattrall sound familiar? Why did these guys all get fired? Like, if the guys got fired, what did they do? No, Sam is a girl in this family tree. Sam was kind of the big person in the main one because what happened was this Elias had Sam, but Elias technically never had this Sam. I think Edward was a sixth son that he hid the whole time because he was gay. There was technically, the whole thing is that the candy is called 5 pieces because there's 5 kids, but there really was a 6th kid this whole time, but the dad hid him in the 20s because he was gay. So Sam went to go live with the kid. And I think. I don't really... I'm trying to remember that part. If we go to reminders... Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Was the dad gay or the kid? I don't know why. Okay, let's look up. Really? I don't remember why she was... I don't think Sam was gay. Maybe it's under Sam Marsden. Because she was raised... Or Madsen. Sam Madsen. Most reviewers agree that the core book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they face, hypocrisy of Elias Roottree. Yes, that's how you solve this whole game. You basically Google something, and then it'll tell you to find things, and then you go to these different newspaper things, and you look up the things, and go from there. So, like, I just found a shop called Friday, and this is a chef's only, like, magazine that had something about Friday. Figuring out when the guy went to Europe? Well, we know when he went to Europe, because he was in France in 1979. Which I think 1979 lines up with here. But it also could line up here, and we don't know anything about that. We know a daughter was born a couple years later. If you go missing, IDK if anybody would notice. We know this is Zimmer. We know this is Mark Zimmer. Right? Well, we don't know it, but... that might be the missing girl. There's got to be more on Mark Zimmer, now that I think about it. Because they just mentioned him in this book, and then that's it. So now I gotta look up Mark Zimmer in every periodical. Wait, he might be in Chef's Signature. Wait, Rochelle and her husband. Rochelle owned Antonelli's. Wait, Rochelle. So now I look here and see if a Rochelle was hired. Yeah, I know I went through it, but basically the reason why they wrote a book together is because they had a lot in common. They had more in common than they thought, which I think means that both their wives cheated with Guy. That's what I would assume that means in the storyline. So if we find a Rochelle in their workers... Is there any, like, nicknames for Rochelle? I don't see a Rochelle at all. Nope. So... Rochelle and her husband have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Rochelle owned Antonelli's. Let's just look up Rochelle. I mean, she was... Yeah. Let's look up bookmarks, because we didn't look that up. None of it seems relevant to your search, though Lauren Roottree did a book signing in 1970. This is not an old man game. Chat, is this an old man game? Yes. Lucy, you think every game that I play besides Fortnite is an old man game? Is the Escape Simulator game I was playing an old man game? I mean, if I didn't spoil it, Noah, I would recommend it to you. You play RuneScape? True. RuneScape might be the oldest man game. Okay, here's how we figure it out. Kind of in a cheating way, right, chat? Rochelle is here. So Rochelle is somewhere important. Unless the girls play Hello Kitty Cruiser. True. What did Lexi say? Shelly L. Rowe. We should probably just... I'm going to look at everything instead of just... Like, maybe she worked on the farm, too, or something. There's still one hint on this page. Christine Farrow was hired. Albert Cross and Fred Cross. Beatrice, Juliet, Doris, Elisa, Valerie. No, DLC came out. They basically extended the family tree. Douglas Rosenberg. Corinne isn't Rochelle, right? Like, there's no way. That's the closest it sounds like a Rochelle. This is the first person that came up as a thing. Wait. I was just randomly pressing shit. Her only child is still in middle school. Then why mention her? No, we know Anamam. Basically, Anamam, like, made up a story, and Anamam's affair does not appear on your updated tree. Like, they just wrote a story about this for no fucking reason. Like, this whole thing is here just to add more lore for no fucking reason. Someone basically, because everyone on this tree gets paid. Everyone with a picture gets paid. So Anamam, when she found out that there's more people that should be on this tree, tried to get put on the tree and tried to scam. That's what it is, basically. But I should probably still... I'm gonna just do this just in case. Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, because we know that Corinne wouldn't be one. We can go back and see when she was hired and fired. What happened to Maddie? She's been falling asleep. How did that confuse you, Lexi? Corinne Schwartz is no longer employed in 1980. 1978, Corinne Schwartz was hired. Which means that Patrice Watts would be a person of interest. Because if they were hired at the same time and fired at the same time, maybe they were both important people in Guy's life at the same time. I meant, would finding the daughter left with X... What part of that wasn't confusing? Wait, what game are you talking about, Noah? Would finding the daughter left with X? Oh. Maybe. Rain. Like, how do I figure out anything with these travel expenses? Swinger parties. This is irrelevant. That's irrelevant. Nothing. 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 That's whatever. That we already know. I do not go to those. Wait. Are you talking about the one that we just saw? The Corinne Watts or whatever it was? Or the one that I just searched? Corinne Shorts? They're basically saying that okay. So they're saying that this is not on the tree. There was a little letter here. There was somewhere where it was like there might be more cheating going on than what's on this board, but this is the only one that produced offspring with bloodlines. So don't worry about anything else. Okay, there's still 3 things on here. Thai and Indian. James Garland? No. We know chef's signature, but that's not a thing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. She went to go work even after Robert was born. She was messing with Guy. Like, that wasn't... Like, I don't know how to tell you, Robert, but... Right? Robert. How does a mom leave the family to go work as a secretary? Like, and it doesn't, like, raise red flags anywhere. You did not beat this game in 35 minutes. Yes, the 3 means that there's more hints. The 3 means that there's still 3 people on this. I don't know if it means there's 3 people or there's 3, like, spots. Yeah, secretary in quotes, I guess. We still don't know. This could still be her. If we found out this person's real name, we might be good, by the way. Like, that might be another thing. I might just start putting Mary Beth Clementine into everything. Yo, if I just did this, do we just brute force this for a second? Like, this could make the entire thing, like... Because we know that we already have 2 correct. Yeah, she looks like a Salazar. Okay, well, that didn't work. Mary Beth Clementine. We have new publications since the last time I looked this up. Miracle Congregation. Maybe that's a thing? Nope. Back. Why is Open Arms capitalized? His Eye is on the Sparrow has already been looked up. It's basically a song. Singer realizes that they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, then the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. Don't know why that's relevant to the story. Yeah. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow. He was the preacher. Miracle's the preacher. This article mentions... Shut up, PK. You got England or Atlanta? New England. So this is Butler County. Just remember that just in case I want to go back there. Just gonna see if there's anything else. There should be something here. So this is how I know that Clementine is not her real name. Because says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. So maybe if I look up this. Oh my God, bro. We just found it. Okay. So that's her name, which means that we already know the Sterling Edison thing. That's her husband, and it's already yellow. Like, it's already good. That's 100% right now. These two are 95% right. Imagine changing your name to Clementine. So, we don't know if this is right picture-wise. That could be Susan Ford. So, we were right about that. Chat wins. You guys didn't even help. You guys didn't do anything. Okay, chat, do we end there? We are locked. We didn't even get any updates on anything. At you can't even see it, but at 20, I'm gonna get new stuff, which is gonna make me want to keep going. How many do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Keep going. We can clear it quick. Chat, you guys have no idea like what we're even doing right now. Might as well just keep doing this. Just to see if there's anything else. If you end, we're all throwing toasters. I guess you are. You're confused more than anyone else. Wait, Edsel. So this is here. This should have nothing to do with him traveling to Europe. I just saw Germany and thought. Really, Abdu? Do you want me to try it again, Lexi, to explain it? Or you just want me to, like, keep going? Both? So, basically... everyone... This guy started a candy company. Think Willy Wonka. Everyone with a picture gets a cut of the candy company. Okay? Everyone with root tree blood in them gets a cut of what they make monthly. And then it just so happens that the root tree's bloodline, this is all from, this is nothing below here. This is all pre-DLC. The DLC unlocks more because these people couldn't keep it in their pants. So now these people also now get a cut. When this whole section came out, it was big news. Think Willy Wonka time. Yes. So in Willy Wonka fashion, people were like, oh, I'm a root tree too, with like no like actual being a root tree. They just wanted to try to get on the scam train. And that's where Animom came in, because they just gave her that name and for the thing. Like, that's all we know. Is this where Thailand was? Is this where he was talking about Thailand? I think I might be a root tree. Someone over here was talking about Thailand. It might have been Bess Williams. No. This is not Kurt Cobain, chat. We still need to figure out his whole thing. Mark Clementine. That's Crocodile Mark, yeah. That's Crocodile Mark. That's his nickname. Wait, Sims's wife, Carla. They hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Okay. Huge. Colleen Webb. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. At the time she was pregnant with their second daughter, meaning they have 2 girls together. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her husband. So, I don't know if that means that they would be Clementines or they would be Webbs. But they would be Webbs, like, unofficially, meaning that they might be on this list. It's National Princess Day on the 18th. What does that have to do with me? There's no Webbs here. So Webb is connected in a different way. We can just look up the mom's name and see if we see anything. Okay, what was the mom's name? Colleen Webb. Not only did they manage to interview Sim's wife, Carla, we got to look that up too, because that would mean that she's in a newspaper somewhere. Okay. What is it? Carla Sims? This is just bringing this up. But this was in Portland? Wait, where was Billy Sims? Yeah, it was in Portland. So they would have been graduating as Webb, right? But so if I, because it said the principal, right? Sandstone Canyon High School. Now, I know this is kind of crazy to do. We're just going to put Webb at the end. Nope. Didn't do anything. Good night, Noah. Is there a way to, like, find a yearbook? It's in San Diego. Nope. Web. Did we look up Colleen Webb in all of these? I think this one brought up. No, it didn't. So she's not part of anything either. They wouldn't tell us that part. Where was that? Whatever we just found, they wouldn't tell us. So they were Clementines. They were Clementines. She never changed their name legally. So, like, basically, when they were, like on their license, they would be Clementines. Which means that on this, they would be Clementines. But they could appear, like, publicly as Webb. Wait. This doesn't have anything. This had 2 before. So, we solved it, I guess. No, I don't think there's any Clementines in the logs. We're losing a lot of these. These had hints too. I mean, you only need to go off these 2 anymore. These are the only ones with hints. What do you mean I sound like a schizo? Elbub. Bro, we're not worrying about Elbub. Wait, it's got 7 hints now instead of 8. What could we have even possibly solved? No, I haven't played Fortnite in a long time, Abdu. Is it good? Buble Bass. Buble Bass. Oh. I mean, is there any more Sisley Sanchez's anywhere? It's going to be in Picodee, but it's not going to be on anything else, I think. Yeah, we've seen this. The bass went down. It was 8, now it's 7. And next it'll be canceled book by Sisley Sanchez. We don't know the name though, so we can't like look in the library. Yeah, Simpsons. Would Bass Text actually have new info? No. It has the same info. It just means that on this board, it now only hints to 8 people, or 7 people, not 8. It doesn't change the info. It just means that you are progressing. Notable events start here. So there's still one thing on this page that we are still looking for. Another high-profile misstep, Miracle Root Tree. Jane Doe Root Tree is from the Animom incident. I want to find the Thailand thing again. I don't remember where that was. This doesn't have any hints on it. That's done. Did we complete? Yeah, we completed this whole family. So there's going to be another picture of Susan Ford somewhere too. If I just search Thailand, is it going to come up with what we had? Nope. Somewhere in here, someone mentioned Thailand. I'm not trying Elbub. There's about 10K people convert. Yeah, I remember reading it too. I just don't remember one if it was a computer thing or if it was a other thing. We can go through all of these. It wasn't there. It wasn't in the book recipe. It wasn't on this. This is about Antonelli's, Brazil, and then Bess. Wait, this had 3, now it has 1. Wait, probably because we solved them too. So there's still one person hidden on here somewhere. Maybe it's talking about the tie. Yeah, spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone. Somewhere when we were researching, though, who is Miracle with? He's with Mary Beth. Maybe it was Stuart Clementine? Mary Beth, Clementine. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family. I still think this is a wild storyline. She said that both of these were adopted when really they were actually her kids and she just acted like she adopted them. And then she became like a national face for adoption when both of these kids were actually hers. That's so fucking stupid. So we have no faces, like no pictures, like on anything. That's not something I would do. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. Wait, maybe it was Sterling Edsel that we looked up, and it said something about Thailand. Is that not how you spell his name? Okay, well, she doesn't come up with anything. Wait, we never really looked up her real name. Okay, well, it doesn't come up, I guess. He's got the whole world in his hands. Maybe it's in the music one? No. Pretty sure this was about Miracle, though. I think what I need to do... Let's look up Patricia Hudson. Nothing. Are we serious? Like, she had no words to say about her husband that she had no kids with, but this guy had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different affairs with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kids. S. Williams' book. I forgot what her book was. Family Man. Let's look at it again. Maybe that was it. Gee, thanks. It was published by the same publishing company, Warren Roottreemania. So lucky there's not a Dolphins game tomorrow. Schoolbound Publishing. Really? I really thought that I fucking had something there. Like, why would it say it's published by the same company then? Like, I don't understand why... Who published this one? No publishing company. Coolbound? Publishing? Yeah, we're gonna go back to Ruby Sprat. Which I don't remember. I need her legal company. Let's just look up Ruby Sprat and all these. Ruby Legal Enterprises. There's really nothing here. Wait, these people are new? Wait, Elizabeth Nicholson. What? Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottreemania jet during its crash last December. Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. So this is just a flight attendant. Yeah. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza. Okay. Eliza Nicholson? No. Is that how you spell Nicholson? It would be in Butler County if it was in anything. Yeah, we can add the Beth. It would really only be something in this. Because they would have crashed in Butler County. Yeah. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. That has to be fucking in here for some reason. Who's a Nicholson? Nicholson's in here. Shut up, Abdu. Her son-in-law. Wait, son-in-law would be like... Chat, what if your father-in-law, that's who you marry's dad, right? So the son-in-law would be who you marry's son? So you marry someone when they already have a son. Wait, that would be stepson? Or would it be what I just said? Son-in-law. I've actually never heard of that term before. What am I even looking at here? So, wait. John Doe. In-laws, unks, spouse's parents. Oh, so my sister gets married, that's my brother-in-law. If my sister gets married and that brother-in-law already has a son, that would be my son-in-law. Wouldn't that be my nephew? Lexi, what relation to me would be a son-in-law? Where did that say that, chat? Her son-in-law... daughter's husband. Okay, so that's what it is. So... daughter's husband. So somewhere in here... No, you're okay. Is your Twitch cat okay? They're going in and out, Brain. They're not... They're playing fucking the rival zombie thing, like, while they're listening to me rant about this. They said nephew is son-in-law, though? Yeah, but that's just PK. So is there a Nicholson on here? But that wouldn't even make any sense because that would be a different name, wouldn't it? It would be a different name than Nicholson. Yeah, I've been live on other platforms. Yeah, because they can see the chat. So, yeah. So we don't know how that's connected. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of the guy's secretaries. Elizabeth Nicholson. Maybe. Because we always thought that would be Elizabeth Cravensworth. But she could have married a Nicholson. But does that mean... Okay, chat. Wait, how does this how does this even make sense? Wait. Married. This person's married, but they're also married here. So they're married twice at the same time. Because if they split up, it would look like this. But this is where we had Ruby. We don't even know if this is Ruby. Yeah, maybe... Because we had Ruby because Ruby was adopted. Yeah, but, like, we don't know if that's actually Ruby. Like, we just heard so much that Ruby grew up in foster care, and it's the only spot where an adoption is an option. So we're like, they just keep mentioning Ruby. Ruby has to be part of this. So we put it there. But it could be wrong. Which I still think that somewhere in... What the fuck was her... Ruby Legal Enterprises? Did we do that in all these? We've seen this. We've seen that. We've seen this. So we've already done this, basically. We've already done Root. Have we done Roottree Corporation? Yes, we've done this. We just did it because this is where Eliza Nicholson. Yeah. So she was in here as Eliza. Trish King. That just comes up with that. I didn't do anything to Penelope. She's fine. Is there anything new in the Roottreemania sisters? Yeah, we've looked at this too. And then they had the Roottreemania. This still came up with nothing. I'm really surprised. Brenda White. This is from old times. Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name and she seems unrelated to your search. Then why not? Why even say it? Penelope looks fine, chat. I think this is all just to, like, let you know about Ruby Legal Enterprises. Clancy Edward Roottree? Is there anything new there? Nope, it brings you right back there. Robbie Roottree, which is on the other side. Robbie Roottree was released from French prison after serving a few years for assault. His embezzlement and arrest were partially featured in 6 pieces. Look up Gwen Rootree. We haven't looked her up at all. She died. She died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago. She was 67. She died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for a sudden severe case of pneumonia. I think this game was... the DLC was made before it. Guys like us. It was recently released for the first time on home video due to Roottreemania. Gwen Rootree, Leslie Florence. She died of a genetic disease. That's old. But that means that something here is important if they would have rewrote it. Because Guys Like Us was talked about. Not much relevant information as she does not have any additional credits on the site. Why would they update this page like actual game developers if she wasn't important in the first version of the game? That makes no sense. She wasn't relevant in the first part of the game, but they rewrote part of it for her. Hold on. Just to try to see if we can break the game. Okay, Florence isn't even on here, so I guess it doesn't matter. Lauren's Diaries. Thank you. I think you know more about this game than the devs. The devs put in some stupid ass shit too to try to like troll you. Like the cobweb cobbler that you were here for. Like they're literally trying to piss you off. An article you found on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album 1 star out of 7. This shouldn't be anything because like we already have him all placed. No idea. It says for whatever reason. Stevie Whitlock. Oh, this is the guy. This is another thing, Lexi. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. She's managed to rack up quite few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually at 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to LA. She was awarded $5,000. This seems to have nothing to do with the root trees. Then why even make me read it? It's the second time that I even got here. Now, we've already looked. This is about the first guy that we solved. Like, I'm just kind of like trying to go back now. I'm trying to find the Thailand thing, to be honest. This game makes you read for fun. For real. I mean, Joanna was a baddie, though. DK did not beat this game. Yeah, by the way, the duck gives you hints. But I'm not doing it. Regina. I think the Clementines were how I found out about Thailand in some way. Regina Clementine. She's got nothing there. Would she have anything in Butler? What about Stewart? They're not even from there. So it doesn't make any sense. They live in New Orleans. What list? Oh, the infamy list? This just ends up flaming Florida. Crocodile Clementine is listed on the website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of other people on this list come from there. Like, it's just saying that a bunch of Floridians would be on this list. I'm not team captain of that. This is where we learned about her being... So this was one of the people that adopted. Apparently she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. It was her own fucking son. I'm not going to be able to find Thailand. Now I'm sneezing too much. Thailand wasn't in here, right? No. Remember when the issue was just finding, like, listening to this song? That's what we were doing? We did that. It's not pretzel dust. Right now, it's goldfish. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. That's not true. What are you even saying? So Samantha... Wait, Elizabeth Farrow. Oh my god, they're talking about her. We already knew that, though. How do I find... Elizabeth Farrow worked on the farm. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter. So we already knew all this stuff. So that's done, basically. We just don't have a picture of her. But if we look here... Like, we're not going to be able to find anything. Which means that there's got to be something under Christine Farrow or something. Christine. There's got to be something somewhere on Christine Farrow. Or on her husband, because we kind of, like, skipped past that. Like, that's the Garland, right? Stephen Garland. So, Stephen Garland. What was his book called? Is it under Steve Garland? Like, how did nothing show up in the website search? Mark Zimmer. So, Kitchen Tales. Hold on, chat. I gotta fix my hair. I just realized that Rain can still see me. Hold on. Rain, you can still see me. One sec. Wait, let me do this. Then I do this. Then I do this. Now no one can see me. Ha, ha, ha. Now we go back on. And we're good. Where was I, chat? I was right there. Okay. Garnishing the truth, right? But was there a Steve Garland version of this? No. So let's do Mark Zimmer. Garnishing the Truth. You did not see the hair, Rain. Wait, Steve Garland? Yeah. Yeah. Did we look up Christine Garland? Maybe Christine Garland is in here somewhere. We've seen this already. Yeah. We know who she is. We just need a picture. Like, we've never been able to get a picture of this girl who was cheating on her husband the whole time and even left her 2 kids to go back and work as a secretary. Always the women, chat. Always remember that. Always the women. Never the men who do anything wrong. Did not pay anyone, Lexi. I don't know how we would find this picture then. Imagine like that. I could like I can't get pictures from these people, right? Just making sure. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later. So in 1988, when he taught a cooking class. Oh, wait. When he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Then we went to McCarran's Bookhouse. Stevie G. That's where we found out about Fry and Die. Yeah, we're not making any headway. This might be a GG for now. Webb was here. We can look more into that, but like, I don't know how. They said he was arrested for smuggling reptiles. We didn't really get to look into this too much either. Like, it's kind of hard. I mean, we looked at all this to the point where it can't be in evidence about Thailand. It was somewhere. I mean, I could just do this, right? Like, what would be something that would mention Thailand? It wasn't this, right? There's no clues on here anyway, so it doesn't matter. There's nothing about Thailand on there. That's old. That's old. That's when we found out about Susan. That's old. Oh, and that's where we found this, right? Based about an article in Ron and Business Watch. I don't remember what this was. I think I did this, though. I did. Wait, no. Business Watch, Ron Rootree. I did this. For some reason, Ron really wanted the trust to just be paid out. And they were all like, that's weird. You're gone. Stephanie Jones is the politician. Heather Ford. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Sisley Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. So nothing comes up there. If there's nothing here, I think it's GG for the night. And we'll try again on Monday. I'll pirate software it a little bit behind the scenes, if you know what I mean. There's no foreign gospel. No way, Jules. Where would Sisley Sanchez? Portrait of a Changed Man. Doesn't come up with anything, right? Like, Portrait of a Changed Man. In 1979. Is Sisley Sanchez an option? It is. It would have been there. For real. Way more than that, I would think. So, what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true about politics, about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person? Like, how is there nothing else on this book? All right, chat. I guess we give up for the night. W 8 hours. Roottree Curse website. I just found something new. During your initial search, you came across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the root trees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. Statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in the family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. The guy's not dead theory. Ron Roottree is still in charge. When Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. What is this? Guy's not dead theory. I just got 4 new fucking pages. Are we serious? Wait, I just got... Wait. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Sjleek in Piketty, the issue of Piketty magazine. In the background of their photo, there was a Christmas tree. Is that a person? That's a person of interest. That's obviously Guy. That's Guy again. Don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. Sjleek was provided these photos by the Roottreemania company for use in her book. This is an interview. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottree's, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period. Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off a changed man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, what was the stuff that made him interesting? Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottreemania, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life Guy knew that part of Elias' legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's why Guy tried to do the 2. Caviar was a disaster, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottreemania Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. Talking the book never came out. It's complicated and out of my contract. Interview continues on next page. He sent his mistress Susie something. We haven't seen a Susie. The daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together. Patricia enjoyed the company of women. What? This is fucking wild. Okay. So now we go here. We find a Susie. Of course, there's no Susie. Susan. Oh, Susan. Yes, of course, right when I was about to stop. Like, I went that whole time. Where did the Susie part come from? Wait, there's 2 here and none on here. Someone's name was Robin. Oh, Susie. He sent his mistress, Susie, something into the bathroom to position me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trips overseas. Oh, that was the interpreter. But where did the Robin girl come in? For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. Robin? Okay, I might call it quits anyway, though. There's 2 hints here. I don't know how it went from 7 hints to now there's 2. Well, we know that that's guy and that's guy. That might be Mark Zimmer in the picture. Anyone else up here got a blue thing? Oh, that could have been him handing the reins over, too. I think that could be who that is, because they kind of look alike there. But who would that be? Yeah, it's a lot bigger now. Who would the blonde be? There's no way that's Susan Ford. I mean, she's brunette. In this one, I would assume that Susie Sjleek. I don't know who the fuck that is. All right, I'm done. Before I keep staying. YouTube, I hope you guys have a good night. I will probably be live Monday-ish, I would think. I hope you guys have a good night. Same with you.